We are going to start with a check-in question today so that I hear everyone's voices in the beginning. Yes, and then we'll move into the content. So we won't take too long with the check-in question. The check-in question is, if your life were a movie or a book, what title would you give it? And it's your life right now as it is. What is the title that you would give it? And you can't give it a title that is already existing. So it can't be Fast and Furious or Rocky or I don't know what. Yeah, can't be anything like that. So take a moment, think, and then we will start. Are we ready, or is anyone still thinking? I know it's Monday.
I'm ready.
Zanele is ready. Everyone else? Okay, so we will start with Zanele then, since Zanele is ready. Hello, Zanele.
Hello. So my title would be Love and Light Eternally.
All right, that's beautiful. Do you want to explain it all, or are you just happy to tell us?
I can explain it. So my whole life, I have been operating from a superpower of love. And my language is acts of, right? Affirmation, acts of kindness, acts of, it just works, basically, giving. Okay. And that's how I express love, and that's how I see as a reciprocation. So even if someone doesn't give it back, because I've given and it was received, I feel love. So that was highlighted in my coaching course, because I don't know how I got here, but I'm also doing a coaching course, executive coaching with UCT and Center of Coaching and stuff. And that was highlighted there, that's actually a superpower, whether it's psychological or subliminal, it is totally what I do and I accept. So with light is what I come in and do. So with that, whenever I walk into a room, I make sure it's something I it's something I am intentional about, that I light up the room. However way, whether with laughter, normally it's with laughter. And that was pointed out that even when I'm in pain or I'm nervous, I laugh, I project laughter, and that takes away everything else. Yeah. So that's me. And that will go eternally, proportionally, all the way.
Lovely. Thank you very much for sharing. Who's next? Otherwise, I start voluntolding. Who's next?
How far we go then?
Okay, tell us.
Are you going or should I go?
Ronald is going. Ronald and then Andre.
My one will be complex emotions.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it's just every day, when you get up in the morning till when you go to bed at night, you go through this whole set of emotions the whole day. Where the 1 minute you're angry, the 1 minute you basically happy. In the next minute you're like in a denial state. I didn't see that. And the next minute you're like in an acceptance state. Okay, that is cool. So I think it's a roller coaster of emotions. So yeah, it will probably be complex emotions.
Certainly sounds like a roller coaster. Thank you for sharing. Andre?
Yeah, I'd say the long haul, a life of purpose. So why I say that, it's a story of resilience. I think leadership, definitely family, and the road traveled.
Very nice. Thank you, Andre. Shreya, let's go.
Mine would be called The Unbent.
Sorry, the Unbent. Very nice.
Yes, and the reason for this, specifically in my professional life, in the last 6 months, I've been to a lot of challenges where I've been very inexperienced, but I've still come out on the better footing. So yeah.
Very nice. Thank you for sharing. Lovely. And then Divesh.
Morning. I think mine would be called Climbing Mount Kilimanjaro. Yeah, life is not easy. There is a path that's difficult. You'd like to stop and smell the roses, but there isn't time. There's more important things to do. And yeah, it's a journey, not an easy one. Lots of things on the side. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Divesh. All right. Thank you for the check-in. There's definitely there was a little bit of a theme there, complex emotions, challenges, long haul, but also unbent, love and light. So all really cool. Thank you very much for sharing. You would have seen emails from me, yes? So, I mean, I sent them on the weekend, so maybe you haven't seen them yet. I'm not sure. So let's start with, has everyone seen who has not seen my emails?
I have not.
Okay.
So I'll be opening them now.
Okay. So let's start with a download of emails, please, from me. There's 2. Yes, the one is all your documentation for today, because I know some people are not fond of the LMS, and so I thought I'd do that for you. Plus, I know some people like me to fill in admin, so I did that as well. So you have your documents that are there on in my email. Then the second thing that's there from my email is a little story about who you are and what role you play for today. Okay. So Zanella, you are still downloading, so you still need to read. Okay. So we need to give our time for reading there. Has anyone managed to read the brief about Horizon?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, Ronald has. Andre's managed. Diveshria, did you manage to read those briefs? Okay.
Well, she's having a quick look now. Thanks,
Perfect.
Sheetal.
That's cool. All right. So Zanele and Shreya are going to have a look at that. Thank you for that. Sorry for the late send. And I am going to start sharing my screen and talk about the day in general and how, well, the next 2 sessions and what the approach will be. Okay. I, as you may hear, am a little bit croaky. Okay. But there was no way I could reschedule. Yes. Because that makes no sense given your time constraints. I'm just going to try and see what has happened here to my share screen. Broke something early in the morning. Ronald, I am with you. Monday morning training. No. Let's see what I broke. I just saw Andre's message. Stop name dropping. All right, let's try again. Swap displays. Here we go. So unit standard 115789 is what we are focusing on for right now. Okay, sustained oral interaction across a wide range of contexts and critically evaluate spoken texts. And then this particular module, when you look at the work, the learner guide, okay, for me, and it may not be like this for you, but for me, I find a lot of the language unnecessarily complicated for what we're doing, right? So there's a lot of, it's unnecessarily complicated. So I've spent some time trying to simplify it and also figure out how we can utilize our time together so that we don't waste your time after hours with modules and all of that assessment stuff. Okay. So the next few sessions, we are focusing on individual units. Okay. But when you look at the individual unit standards and the specific outcomes, there is a way to look at the 4 of them that are grouped together as more integrated than they appear, obviously, for learning purposes, right? So what I want you to do is to realize that all we're actually talking about for the next few sessions is effective communication, writing professionally, gathering information which is analyzed so that it can be distributed, and then procuring goods and services responsibly, and how doing all of these things will contribute to a successful delivery project. Okay. So the idea is that although we are working through 4 separate unit standards, because that's how it is structured, we will try and integrate. You will notice an overlap of skills and some integration along the way. So we will do our best to separate when needed. Okay. Sorry, Ronald, you had something?
No, nothing. Sorry.
Sorry. So this particular unit standard, these are the specific outcomes and the requirements. So when you read them, for most of you, in fact, I would assume for all of you, this session will be a reminder of many things that you are already doing well, and a reminder to perhaps consider changing some things that could improve just a little bit in your communication. Okay. It's quite funny that I just said a little bit in your communication with the worst possible grammatical structure. Okay. So SO1 is talking about interaction that is purposeful and critical as a listener and as a speaker in verbal communication. It goes from slide 6 to 24, but when I've done the slide, the deck, it is not linear according to page 6, 7, 8. Okay, but at least you have some kind of idea of the number, because I know that was a requirement. Okay, so when we look at this, you want to be able to show a clear understanding of complex issues and discussions, either in one-on-one or in group. Okay, so you're going to show that you can speak purposefully and listen for meaning. Okay, you're also going to go through the fact that we're developing. Okay, can you just read it on your own rather, and then we'll get into the good stuff. Okay. So what we'd like to do is, for the first session, is to talk about the Horizon Office Expansion Project team, right? So you received some general information about the organization, yes? And that information is the same for everyone. What you got, which was personalized information, is that each of you is going to be a different role for the project team, okay? If you are like me, you are cringing because you don't like role play, yes? The idea is not to act. The idea is not to play too much. The idea is to utilize the role playing for us to to have experiences, and then extract those experiences and map them to the actual theory, and then to utilize that in your reflective exercises for your practical. So there is some method to the madness. Okay. So these are the 5 roles that we have. So we're going to start with you introducing yourselves to your team, okay, as this Horizon Office expansion team. Okay, so you're going to start by telling us, based on the brief that you got, what is your role? What matters most for you from your perspective? And what do you believe contributes to project success? Yes? Do you want those questions in a chat?
Yes, please. Thank you, Sheetal.
Sure. Give me 1 second. Oh, what I've done to my screen. Silly. All right. Let's try again. So I'm going to give you some time, not too much, just to consider, right, these questions so that you can introduce yourselves to us. Okay. So I'll give you, let's start with 3 minutes just to think about it, and then we will do it. Okay. It's in the chat now. Are we ready to introduce ourselves? Yes? No?
Post.
Yeah, let's go. All right. So we'll start with Ronald. You can introduce yourself.
Good morning. As per the role, I'm the project communications manager. And I'm just going to say from my point of view, I'm looking at it is in terms of what matters most from my perspective is in terms of communication. On my role, it is time-based communication and factual communication and clear communication. I think that is the budget factors that's after discussion. But I think if communication is on time and it's factual and it's clear, then we know we're going to move the chair from A to B. The cost can come in later on, but it has to move from A to B. So A is there, B is there, and it has to be moved by the 16th of June.
Okay.
And so that's for me is very important in terms of communication. And what do I believe contribute to project success? As I said, it is that clarity as well. And to ask a question afterwards and say, what do we understand from this? Do we understand that there's a chair that must move from A to B, not the building? And then basically, so yeah, that is so clarity and check-in question is probably most important for me.
Thank you. All right, that's Ronald, right? Thank you for that, Ronald. We'll move to Divesh.
Morning. So I would be the business analyst. My task would be to understand the business requirement and through the process understand what we are solving and put forward evidence-based recommendations to keep the project within the parameters. That's the stakeholder expectations, the timeline, the budget, and yeah, it's about that. That's it.
Thank you, Divesh. And then let's move on to Andre.
Good morning, team. My name is Andre, and I will be acting as the project sponsor for the Horizon Office Expansion project. My role is to ensure that the project delivers business values, aligns with the Horizon's strategic objectives, and provides a positive return on investment. While I won't be involved in the day-to-day management of the project, I will provide strategic direction, challenge assumptions, evaluate recommendations, and approve major decisions. What matters most from my perspective for this project, business value and benefits, alignment with the Horizon's strategic objectives, return on investment, risk and opportunities, long-term sustainability, delivery within the approved budget and timelines, very important. What contributes to the success? Present evidence-based recommendations to the team, explore different perspectives, and challenge the assumptions.
Are you reading the whole card to us?
No.
Oh, that's a very, that's a lot, Andre.
This is the pre-read that you send us.
Yeah.
Homework.
So yes, so the pre-read, from the pre-read, are you reading the pre-read to us?
No,
Or are you giving us?
I'm giving you my points.
Is that your perspective? Okay,
Correct.
that's your perspective on it. Okay, it's just so much. I was a little bit overwhelmed. Thank you, Andre.
Your homework.
It's a lot, Andre. Okay. No, I'm just interested in how you synthesized all of that. Thank you for that. Was there more to add?
Oh, that was it.
Okay, thank you. And then we've got Shreya.
Good morning, all. I am the project manager, and my role involves bringing both resources in terms of material and people together to ensure that we achieve the objectives of this project. In terms of what matters most from my perspective, that would be for us to collaborate together and play to each other's strengths, with specific reference to the fact that we come from different backgrounds with different viewpoints. And in terms of what would contribute to project success, I think synergizing around the project objectives and timelines. As long as we all have an understanding of those two deadline-driven targets, I think everything else will fall into place in terms of our different areas of expertise. Thanks.
Thank you, Shreya. And then Zanele.
Thank you. So I don't have a choice but to be the finance manager. As the finance manager, I would ensure that obviously there is budget for it. So there is a provision for at least 3.5 million rand and a provision for a 10% tolerance for overruns, should there be some. I would also make sure that the timeline of 3 months is properly allocated for in our income statement, in our what is this book now? My goodness, my God, I got it in my head. Okay, but it is properly allocated. It will come. Okay, and it's not the income statement, it is the other one where we log expenses and so on. So it is there, and that we manage the finances or the budget within what is allocated and approved, and the delegated authorities are in place. I would also make sure that the project manager is accountable to and reports timeously in terms of what the project entails and where we are at with the deliverables.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
And what would contribute best to the project is to work within the project timelines and project plan.
Okay, thank you very much, Zanele. All right. So you all have those briefing cards, yes? Everyone has their personalized PDF version. Please refer to that during the course of the day as and when required. Yes, so like for Divesh, during different sections of the day, your focus changes depending on where we're at. Yes, as the BA, are we collecting information? Are we synthesizing it, etc.? So you would just need to keep an eye on that. And also just to help us to stay on track if we get really to manage our personal biases and our personal references of these titles, okay? And then, of course, you can role play it. Now, you've got I just want to give you a very specific, focused answer. Not answer, answer is the wrong word. Sure. Let's try again. Right. So the project sponsor, okay, provides strategic direction, approves decisions, ensures project success, aligns with organizational goals. Okay, so he's setting the vision, engaging with stakeholders, approving and supports decision. Okay, finance manager manages the budget, monitors financial performance, ensures value for money, plans and controls the budget, assesses financial viability and risk, ensures compliance and value for money. Project manager, plan, schedule, coordinate the work, manage team resources, track progress, deliver results. Okay, leads the project team, plans and executes the project, deliver on time within scope and budget. Okay, communication manager, creates communication plans, engages and informs stakeholders, delivers and clear and consistent messaging. Okay, and there again, develops and delivers communication strategies to keep stakeholders informed and engaged. And the BA is identifying information needs, analyzing and validating information, providing insights and recommendation. Okay, so this is our team, right? So what is the project goal? Opening a new office, yes, in Kwabeja, 20 employees, 3.5 million rands, 3 months deadline. Okay, so this is your goal. Is this a duplicate? So it's an operational goal that we have. Okay, so an operational office. Okay, very important. It's an operational office. Okay, right. So what are we going to do next? Next, you are going to consider, obviously you have limited information, okay? But the Horizon Regional Office Expansion Project has been approved. Each of you's received some information, but before the work begins, you would obviously, as the project team, have to meet, okay? And the purpose of the meeting is not to necessarily make big decisions, but the purpose is to determine what do you need to know before you can move forward successfully on this project. Okay, so as it currently stands, you have very high level overviews, information of the project. So what we would like you to do is to please meet to determine what you need to know before you can move forward successfully. Okay, you will have 10 minutes. If you need more time, you'll let me know. When you're in your breakout room, I'm going to leave you in your breakout room so you have your privacy. You will be able to, you must appoint someone to facilitate, someone to capture questions, and someone to summarize. Okay. At this point, we overlap a little bit. A project sponsor wouldn't normally, for example, be documenting or minute taking or anything like that. So we may do a little bit outside of our roles, okay? Because we don't have assistants and all of those things with us, okay? So what should you discuss? You just need to discuss what information do you already know? What information do you still need? Who could provide that information? What information is most important? What risks could you foresee? Okay, this is a guideline of what you can discuss, right? But you're going in and you're going, we've been instructed as the team that this is what we need to do. So let's figure out who our stakeholders are and what information we need, budget, technology, facilities, risks. Yes? Right. Are there any questions? Do you want to work privately? You have two choices. You can either work privately in a breakout room, or I can just observe.
You can observe from where I'm sitting from. That will probably give us more guidance as well.
I was
Confident.
about to say, yeah.
All right. Then what we'll do is we'll stay here, and then you will just, I will do timers for you. And as you say, I'll be able to then observe. And if I pick anything up, I can tell you. So we'll start with 10 minutes as the kickoff. Yes. If you need more time, you let me know. Okay. Off you go.
Hey,
Project manager.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be honest. I am a little bit intimidated. So I made a few notes with regard. Sorry, Sheetal.
I was going to say it's okay to feel intimidated, Shreya. Please, it's okay. Remember, and this activity can be incredibly intimidating, especially because we have quite a range of people from the organization in the group. Yes? So yes.
Yeah, that makes the
So-
two of us. I
So
mean,
you-
Juventus as the finance
So-
director, being an HR person, relax.
so your feeling is very valid. Okay. What we want to really achieve through the role play is we are not looking for right answers. Okay. And there is no right answers. Okay. We're just looking to say that this is what we could potentially do in this role. And if, yeah, it should be a safe learning environment. Okay. And I think that is critical, is that no one is judging anyone. We suspend our judgment and we come with curiosity and interest, and that is key. And also a little bit of fun, right? Like if you don't play with this, then you may not enjoy or learn as much. Often what happens with learning is we're so outcome focused. I think it was Divesh who talked about climbing Kilimanjaro, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is exactly that. We're not here to climb Kilimanjaro today. We're here to actually stop and look at the roses. Okay. So I hear you and we are supporting you, but you can do it. So go for it.
Thanks for that, Sheetal. Alrighty, so in terms of what's required from us team is we need to decide based on the information that we've been provided. So I'm just going to share my screen quickly. So the information that we've been provided is that in terms of this project, we need to ensure that we have a new regional office for 20 employees. The budget is 3.5 million rand. We've got a timeline, and that's basically all the information that we have, right? So as a team, I'd like for us to please discuss what information we still require and what are the risks around a project like this. In terms of being the scribe, I am happy to take down notes while we have a quick discussion. Is everyone okay with that?
good for us. Sorry, Shreya, you said you're sharing something? Your screen? I don't think I'm sharing it on my
I
side.
can see it, Ronald.
You can share it, I can't.
Oh, sorry, let me stop sharing and I'll try reshare again. I'm just sharing the project document.
Yeah, no. I just want to make sure that we're on the right page and I see what you're seeing. But it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, Shreya, I think you've shared now what we know, right? So it's very high
100%.
level. Yeah. So I think for me, I would want to understand the next step. So the office, the regional office has been signed off, but what's the preferred office location? So I think that's the next question we need to ask. Not knowing who yet, but I just think let's get the questions out that we need to understand to go forward with this project? The preferred office location, I would say. I don't know if anybody else got a question.
I think the best person to respond to that would be our business analyst, because they would have done an analysis of all of this requirement from business and what is feasible and what is not. And looking at stakeholder relationship there, they would know what will work for each individual.
So what you're saying, Zanele, is that the analyst will also have the expected business benefits, right? Because I mean,
Because they would have spoken,
Yeah.
yes, because they would have spoken to the beneficiaries of this relocation. They would have done some interviews in terms of what the business need is and what is the feasibility of it.
yeah.
Perfect. Thanks for that.
Okay. And then I think the next one is what is the resource requirements?
And that, in my opinion, will be from the finance person to tell us what we have as well in response to that. So the resource requirements will be the question, but then the finance person must come in with the cost allocation and budget and so on.
I think the preferred office location. I just want to jump back there quickly. Business analyst. I'm on that page. But I think it's a business case that the business analyst. I'm going to get it now. Analyst needs to present back to us as a project group, right? So and that will also
100%.
then include the preferred office location.
Can I just maybe quickly come in?
Sure.
I think from our setting and the project share should probably start with the project sponsor. That person has to basically tell us, hey guys, this is what we require. This is where we require, where we need it. And this is the reason why we need it. So that 3 objectives has to come from the project sponsor. Because obviously that's a person that's putting the project, that's activating the whole thing in my way I'm sitting from. So, and I think Andre is a project sponsor. Andre, maybe you're going to have to tell us, this is what we need. This is why we need it. And this is where we need it. That has to come from your desk because you are ultimately the guy that's going to pay for this. And you're ultimately the guy that's going to drive this whole project from a financial, from a sponsor point of view. The requirement obviously started from your desk.
I agree with you, but I also disagree with you because we don't know what we don't know, right? I mean, this was sent out as a high-level project. So I think that the discussion in the next 10 minutes is where do we as a group want to go to and what's the next questions to go to the next steps?
My question, sorry, Ronald, would be in terms of the project sponsor telling us what is required and where it should be based, would the business analyst not first present the business case to the project sponsor, then get sign off, and then present the signed off business case to us as the project team to implement?
100%.
Andre?
Yes, I agree with
Okay.
you.
Okay. No, 100%. So what I'll put in here, just above that point, is Zanele, please jump in as well.
Thanks, Shreya. What we can do is do under business analyst to present business case, maybe the as is. So maybe bullet point the as is. So the regional office in Gqeberha for 20 employees, budget of 3.5, time on 3 months. Maybe just as a base for the presentation.
Sure. Are you saying just copy and paste this?
Yes. Yeah. 100%.
Sure. Will do.
So Devesh, that's your base you're going to work off, right? To do the analysis.
Yeah, okay.
Resource
Yeah.
requirements. Project goals, objectives.
And then what I think we need to also tell Devesh what we need out of this business plan. So we need to understand what is the preferred office location and why. What's the benefit, I think.
Sorry, Andre, would we give Devesh that information or?
No,
Oh, but
so
yeah, we have
that-
overlapping roles.
Yeah, we're asking Devesh to come back in his business case with clear points of preferred office location and why. So we need
So
to tell him
Devesh,
what.
yes, sure.
But
So Devesh, are you able to promptly give us some indication? Can be 3 bullets in terms of where these are at. And then the project sponsor will give us go ahead so that I can start allocating. I'm ready to allocate some compliance issues here and suppliers, preferred supplier list. And I'm ready to now knock on the risks already. Can I just get going? So release me.
grateful yours.
Yeah, can I need to have a little bit of context. So I think this should come from the project sponsor, but I'm gonna say we're gonna do a logistics business out in Quebec. We're gonna be delivering product locally. What we would say, we're going to do short to medium haul, right? So we're going to have 20 people sitting in that office, being able to support that operation out there. And okay, so that's basically, I just needed to put some context to what we're doing out there, what we're preparing for. Okay, so for me, the business needs 20 people to sit and control that, right? So we need an office location, probably closer to a main highway. So we'll have to scout a few highway or properties close to a highway that we can build on or take over and maintain. So maybe not build with the budget of 3.5 million. I don't see that we can build. So we'll have to find already a vacant office. I think that would be one of the options that we're looking for. Vacant offices close to highways. And then
Yes, and
also
I've
some,
seen already, I see the Transnet has already put up some offices there, and I don't think there's full occupation already, so we can start negotiating. However, we would need, for that kind of budget, we would need to get at least 3 quotes. So we must already touch on the team. We must already rope in the team to go and source. The procurement manager will already source 3 quotes for us. From the 3, I see 3 businesses that are already operating there that we could be tenants to.
okay, so that is, I think we've covered the business need. That's what we need. I need to confirm stakeholder expectation. Is this something that we align with in the right direction?
I'm worried about the timeline. If the timeline is 3 months, we need to still present this to the finance subcommittee so that we get approval to sign up with any of the buildings that the landlords that are going to provide us the space. So we also need to allocate a task team quickly to go and inspect these locations for us. So time is money here.
I think we also need to start with let's dot down the team so that we all know who the team is. I'm not sure who's the product manager, although we've introduced it ourselves. I mean, we've spoken about a lot of other stuff. So who's the project team? We need to dot down, and then the project manager, we need to support the project manager to start doing a project plan and deliverables for us. I think we're saying and doing all the right stuff at the moment. It's just all over the show. I think we need to bring it back into a project plan.
No, it's fine the way it is. Don't worry. It's good the way it is.
Team, just something that I picked up on. Andre, I'm busy compiling a list of who's who. In terms of this office, Divesh, I heard you mention something about it being close to a highway, right? When we say we're moving a regional office, are we moving a regional operational office? So what I mean by that is this a DC with a fleet, or are we just moving office-based staff?
I'll probably put this down to a satellite with 20 employees.
Sorry, Divesh, I didn't hear that.
This wouldn't be in time, this would be an addition. So 20 employees would be a new operation or a satellite operation, not the main office. A new regional office, yeah.
Basically, they're expanding. What they're doing, they're expanding Shreya into another region. Therefore, they require a new regional office in that region. So they've got obviously the national office in Johannesburg, but now they're starting to expand. So when we said it, I think it's an expansion of the current business model or the business unit or the business.
Okay. Thanks for that clarity. And then are we saying that with this expansion that they don't require space for a fleet and things like that? Because that will also have to be factored into the rental property and the space that we acquire. Or are we just looking for office space where people can sit, they have a desk, they have Wi-Fi, they have bathrooms, the basics? I think that's something that we need to decide on, because there's no clear directive given around that. Or am I missing something?
No, you're not missing anything. You are not. What you're actually doing, and I'm going to pause there, what you're actually doing now, Shreya, is you're asking some very good probing questions to clarify the details. And you're asking questions that will remove assumptions. Yeah. And you're doing that very well. Okay. So that is a big thing. Divesh, ask us.
Yeah, I just want to add, based on those questions, I think we should rather place a business closer to the DC. Yeah, and we'll need a full office setup for 20 people to work from on a 24-hour shift.
So I've got another question. Sorry. So we've all seen different communication from Sheetal, right? So I'm still sitting here not knowing and I'm the sponsor. Who is Horizon Solutions? We're talking logistics. If you Google them, it's a vehicle leasing company.
No,
there's another one coming up. It's a chemical base.
I'm sorry that their names. I just chose a random.
So we don't even know what we are planning for yet, to be honest, in my mind. So we can choose who we want to be, right? So we've got Horizon Solutions and we can choose who we want to be. So for 3.5 million for a regional office in Kubeka, it's an office and hardware and software. It's not there's no vehicles involved. There's no DC involved. So we need to understand, what are we doing? Are we selling? Are we a telematics company? Are we a chemical company? I'm not sure.
So, I mean, you can determine who you
So
are.
tongue-in-cheek project sponsor. This
You
is
can-
your company.
You can
Yeah.
decide what company it is. The main thing is to realize that it is a organization that's expanding its operations. It's opening a new regional office, and that your job is to assemble, to plan and execute this office expansion with a fixed budget and time frame, right?
I hear
So
you, but
if it would make, if it's procuring office space, furniture, equipment, yeah. But I would prefer that you don't fall into the trap of thinking in terms of your organization. Does that make sense?
makes 100% sense.
Yeah.
I'm just worried that we need to understand what we're doing to be able to say that it's an office that we're going to either buy outright or lease. Like you said, office and chairs. How many? It's 20 people. Do we need a boardroom? What is the operation about? Are we going to have a centralized hub in the office where expediters sit 24/7? I think it's important to understand those questions. And is the 20 people enough? Is that for as is, or are we going to grow in the next couple of months?
So I'm going to pause. I hear you, Andre. It sounds like you have some very valid questions that you'd like to have as the project sponsor. I would just like to go around the room and have everyone answer this question. If you could only leave with one piece of information from this meeting, what would that be from your perspective?
I think I'll start on that one. I would just want to see what is the purpose of the regional office. That's the first one. If somebody can tell me, guys, this is the purpose of the regional office. It's going to be a standalone office, or it's going to be a link to office, or it's going to be what is the purpose of the office standing there?
Okay. Next.
Yeah, I'd like to just know what industry we are in.
So I'm popping.
So I've already just seen that it's
I've
facilities. Sorry,
Zanele, I popped it into the chat because I think it's a blocker right now. It's affecting creativity, or not creativity, but perspective from your specific role. So I want you to just take a pause and read who Horizon is. Yes. And then think from your perspective, based on this, what is it that you want to know? What is the information that you need? Zanele, your hand is up.
Oh, so thank you. So I was going to point out that what I'm reading is it's a facilities and workplace services company. So it is more or less an office space that does not have fleet on, but may have boardrooms, coffee stations, and sort of modern outlook because it's a consulting firm. So if we are going to invite clients, corporate clients, and entertain them at our office space, we probably need a deck up top, and then we need a boardroom downstairs, and we need a coffee bar or coffee station somewhere, and then an open plan plus maybe one office tucked away for the biggest guy to sit in. So I'm just already sitting at layout, and maybe we need, if it's a narrow office building, we need 2 floors. If it is a wide office building, we just need 1 flat floor, but with all of these in different spaces. And then we need a balcony. Then if it's not a top deck, we need a balcony where we can have Friday drinks and so on, and an entertainment area outside of the boardroom for the clients. So that's where I'm sitting with the design already.
Awesome. Now I would like you to think in terms of your role as the finance manager, what information do you require?
So I require square meterage, and I require an actual design of what this thing looks like, so that we can then price it, so that we can get an approximate pricing range of rentals per square meter in this region. And because it's only a satellite office for 20, we don't need to build. We can just lease. So that's already a decision, lease or build. And I'm already sort of answering it.
Okay, next.
Sheetal, I'll go. After reading this, with regards to context about Horizon, it's really helped. I think from my perspective as a project manager, I already know that we want to establish a physical presence in the Eastern Cape, right? But now I also need to know, why do we want to do that? What are we addressing? Are we trying to reduce response times? And this will then come in when we're doing the objectives of the project. But I just need to know, why are we doing this? What are we optimizing, for lack of a better way to express it? I think that's my question here.
Okay, thank you. Very nice. Andre, I think it's you.
I'm more wanting to know on the success of a successful implementation of this project. So the budget is important for me as a sponsor. That the timeline is important for me. So I'm not going to name all of the success factors in it, but I would want to understand what's the next steps regarding the team. What's the team playing back to me, so that we can make strategic decisions on this.
Okay, thank you. And then it's Devesh.
Okay, so I would think the problem we're solving is we're getting a satellite business out there. We obviously want to accommodate for the market. We probably either see that we have a lot of clients coming from the area, or not enough clients coming from the area, and there might be a requirement to put an office there to create more visibility and tap into the local market. I would think that we would be looking for a little bit of a showroom kind of office, so we can present and show what kind of office environments we can set up for clients, and also something with the technology as well. So a couple of different rooms with different kind of feels to it, on office environment, modern, and then more sophisticated, maybe classic. So yeah, that's what I would think we would be going towards.
Thank you very
Success
much.
would obviously, sorry?
No, that's cool.
No, no.
Carry on.
I think success would be something that's set up, that's we could have clients coming in, walking through, and then leaving and making decisions based on what they see.
Very nice. Thank you. Okay, we're going to pause the role play there. I know you don't have the answers you're looking for, but we're going to pause it there. There's a few things that I want to mention before I go into back to the slide deck. The one is, and there'll be questions as well, but the one thing that I really want you to take a moment and reflect on for yourself, this is personal reflection, is when the question was asked, what more information is required, right? What other information is required? What do you need to move forward? Okay. Take a moment and just think to yourself, was I thinking about information that was required, or did I go into solution mode? Okay. That's for personal reflection, just for a moment. Then the next thing for you to also reflect on personally is how do you structure questions? When you're asking people for information, how do you structure your questions? Okay. We'll now move into discussion. I raised those specific two things. I raised those two things specifically because we have a tendency when we are working and when we are in conversation, we have a tendency to fall into the trap of going into solution mode before we are understanding. Yes? And this is a big challenge we have, not just as I think it's a big challenge we have as knowledge workers, because you're a knowledge worker. Why? Because you are working with technology, you're working with people, and you're solving problems, right? And you are generally problem solving more than anything else. But problem solving is made up of two stages. Yes, there is the understanding part of problem solving, and then there is the solving part of solving. Okay, in understanding, we are breaking things apart, we are making sense of, we look for patterns, we apply reasoning, we do all of those good things. When we are putting the solution together, there we generally leverage synthesis more, because we start putting together the things that we figured out. Okay, so we can find a good solution. So it is something important. It is something that is very important to be aware of as a professional project manager, because we can't fall into the trap of always problem solving. Okay. Then the other thing is, how do we ask questions? There is an art to asking questions, and how we do it face to face and how we do it remote online is also different. And we all have different tendencies based on our frame of reference, our experience, our personalities. So there's so many things that feed into the way in which we ask questions. What can happen is that we fall into a trap of asking questions in a habitual manner. Yes. So it's almost like we just do it like we've always done it. What's important to remember about asking questions is that you are creating a space for people to think, to give you information. Not all the time. Sometimes the question is as simple as, what time is it? Right? No one needs to think then. They just need to look at a watch and tell you what time is it. Okay? It's like a low level of information. Okay? But if I'm asking you, what is the capital of France? And then I say, why do you think Paris is the capital of France? It's a different level of thinking, right? Which is driven by the way in which the question is asked. So how you ask questions is very important also. Okay. We're going to move into general discussion. Did you all interpret the project in the same way, given the lack of briefing there? I mean, I know you had a little bit of information, right? But did everyone interpret the project in the same way? Andre, definitely not. Andre, you were going to say something?
No, I'm on Ronald's page. It was like a 50-50.
50-50, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just to come back on your solution mode, I think it's a very pertinent point that you're bringing up, because when you said we're in solution mode, and that's the one thing that as you grow in your career that you learn not to do. You shouldn't go directly into solution mode, but being human, we want to get this over the line, we immediately went into solution mode. So yeah.
It's always beautiful to watch, because it's our natural instinct.
100%.
Divesh?
Oh no, I think everybody missed it completely. Me especially. Yeah.
No, I don't think anyone missed anything completely. I think what it highlights is that we interpret information differently. You all received, so you received two pieces of information, two documents from me, okay? One was exactly the same. One was different, okay? So information means different things to different people. And what we're interested in and what we are asking for is going to be dependent on our roles, right? So as a project manager, it's very important for you to figure out, what do I need from who? When do I need it? What's the best way of getting it? It is so important for us to stop and just think, right? Okay, so it's very important. So when we are listening, we will hear what each other is saying, and we will interpret based on our frame of reference. So can you see how a lot of the stuff I spoke about right at the beginning around what the outcome of today is, it is so intertwined, right? Communication is a process. And if that process is broken, then the information quality is not going to be good. Okay? Different roles prioritize different things. Yes. Zanele was like getting into it there. I need to know. Yes. And the cost. So Zanele, it was very evident that Zanele was very finance focused. Yes. Shreya was very PM focused. So I think you all played your roles very well. Yes. Okay. I think, Ronald, yours is a little bit difficult though, right? Communicate. What do I need right now? Okay. So who do I need to speak to? What is the way that we'll speak to them? Okay. So the communication channels, it's always very difficult. Okay. To check my things. So the one thing is different perspectives. Okay. We interpret the project differently. Stakeholders have different interests. They have different concerns. Different stakeholders will focus on different things like risk, maybe more, right? Some may focus on risk more, some may focus on opportunities more, okay? And your role influences your thinking, right? Then we also saw assumptions, yeah? So initially there were assumptions made, and then it was like, no. We need to know where the organization, how the organization functions, and what the organization does. Yes, because there was that whole thing that, what was it? Docs. Was it docs you were talking about?
I think they said it close to a main road or highway.
Oh, the main road, the highway,
Yeah.
right. Okay. See how I was thinking, I went to boats. Okay.
I think it's when I mentioned Transnet having offices there. So that sort of linked it, highway. So you already position it in Gqeberha. Yeah.
Okay, so it was that, right? So can we see, so the question here is, okay, and I know we're just at the gathering stage, but can we see how the assumptions were made? We can all agree on that, yes?
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah.
see how those assumptions introduce risk into the project,
Yes.
right? And that's massive, okay? And we also saw how different people made different assumptions, again, based on their frame of reference, their focus, their priority, okay? So so far we've covered the different perspectives, yes, and then we talk about listening and clarification. Okay, so I noticed I actually paused and said Shreya was asking some good clarifying questions. Yes, Andre, you asked a lot of questions. So there were, in fact, all of you were asking questions, right? So sometimes things were misunderstood. And then when an assumption was taken, people ran with that assumption to a different way in the conversation. Okay? Then it could be a case of, wait, hold on. Let us just clarify with a question and see where we need to be. Okay? So I'm going to ask you a question, and you can tell me what communication behaviors supported the discussion.
I would say the questions.
Yep. Very nice. Asking questions. Yes. What else?
I think the confusion, not knowing. I think it was the communication was all about trying to understand, but there was nobody in the group that really got the gist of it. So yeah, I think confusion. I think and you said you spoke to it assumptions. We ran with the assumption, and it took us on a total different path than where we really should have been. So I think that led the communication for me.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to put that, Andre, just check if I've understood you correctly though. That would be a behavior that made the communication more difficult.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So more difficult was the lack of clarity. Yes?
Yep. Yep.
It was the assumptions. Yeah. And then Divesh, you said that question asking helped to make it, supported the discussion. Okay. Is there anything else that made the communication more difficult that anyone would like to raise?
I think we answered that. I think it's just the jumping of steps. I think we jumped too many steps too quickly. And it just created so much confusion afterwards.
Okay. 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 And then what did you do well in the conversation?
Oh, we had an office built already.
You did. Yeah. So from my perspective, I did notice that there was some active listening. Yeah. There was some active listening. There was some good question asking. Okay. There was some kind of wait, let's stop. We don't know. We need clarification. Yes. What made the conversation difficult, I would say, is that there also wasn't much summarizing going on. Does that make sense? So we're talking, but then we don't pause to say, hold on, where are we now? Okay. So that also makes conversations more difficult. Okay. And then I think I've spoken to this, the biases and perspective. Right? Could you hear and see the bias and perspective that people were displaying in the conversation? Let me ask that question in a better way. Did previous experiences influence how people responded?
Yeah, I think so, definitely.
Okay. And that's a very important thing because, and that's why often in facilitation sessions, project manage and in meetings and things, project managers will say things like, let us suspend our judgment. Let us look at this with other perspectives. Yes, is there any bias here? So there are questions around that to try and remind us that we have a way of thinking that is quite set for some of us. Okay. So the bias and perspective was approaching the discussion from own departmental perspectives, your previous experiences influencing what was being asked. Yes. And can we see then how biases can influence project decisions?
If I may jump in here, 100%. But for me, is it always a bad thing?
It depends.
Yes, I think so too. I think that's where the project manager comes in, as you just alluded to. He or she pulls the discussion back or brings it more to the middle of the. But I mean, strong ideas and discussions isn't always a bad thing in my mind. I could have it wrong.
I think it's an it depends answer. And it's an depends answer because is the bias skewed towards a person? Is it skewed towards a specific voice? Maybe I come into the session and I say, well, office expenses always run over budget, right? So I could reject anything useful before I hear it. That's a bias, right? And so that's a negative bias. Yeah. Can also be a case of, oh, procurement. We've all, I think, I come from a very heavy tech software development. The developers never deliver on time. Yeah. So firstly, there in that communication, the never is a problem because it's an absolute, like never should always make your red lights go off. Okay. But the sponsor may say, speed is more important than quality. That's a bias which could result in risks being ignored. Right? So I think it's being aware of the biases. It's generally not a good thing, Andre. I don't want to say they're not, but they're generally not. Okay.
Yep, understand.
Ideally, effective communication remains objective, avoids assumptions, listens to facts before forming conclusions, and encourages inclusive participation, ideally. Yeah. Bias also makes us make decisions based on what we believe as opposed to the evidence. And that's why the bias is raised as a communication thing to be aware of. Okay. So I'm going to go back and see if I missed anything. Then audience and purpose and context. Yes. So I think in this context, it was like you were a team and you were having conversations in that team. Let's say, for example, suddenly the Manco members arrived into the meeting. That would change how people spoke, right? Maybe. Would it?
I want to active listen now, but I'm giving all the answers. Is it a one-on-one? Yeah, no joking. Yes, I think so. If I think of myself when I have a session with my ops team and our MD walks in, the whole conversation changes a bit.
Exactly. Right? So we adapt our communication for the audience, exactly as Andre has just said. Okay? And the context influences what we say, how we say it. The purpose is different. The purpose was to gather information. What do we need to move to the next step? Right? So it was more information gathering than anything else. Right? In that, there was different purposes for each individual on what it was that they wanted to get. Okay. Then the last question about this simulation was, in your conversations, were there any disagreements? Let's hear from the quiet ones. You know who you are.
Let's repeat that question again, Statel.
Was there any disagreements during the conversation?
I think
Yes.
I'm going to be I did not disagree. I did not agree where the conversation was going.
Okay. So you didn't
So
agree with
yes, there were disagreements.
So yes, there were disagreements, absolutely, 100%. I'm curious, Ronald, you didn't agree with where the decision was going, right? How did you manage that?
I've learned that sometimes we have to give people space to first say what they need to say, and then afterwards, then you can bring it back. But interrupting and trying to drive a thought or a specific fact in is just going to create unnecessary animosity towards a project. So you need to give the space for people, because nobody's wrong. Everybody's got input. It's just allowing that input to get out, and then we can, because we all learn something every time people speak.
Okay, very nice. Zanele, for you, you said yes, there were disagreements, and how was it managed from your side?
And similarly to Ronald, although there were disagreements, we wanted to allow every conversation to be at the table. The only problem was we then did not explore each thought or insight. We simply went into solution mode to sort of guide where it should go, which was also incorrect.
Okay. Do you think people challenged ideas respectfully?
Respectfully, yes. Respectfully, yes.
Yeah. You played nicely.
I think maybe I can say something there. Sorry. I think we did it respectfully, but I don't think we all did it objectively.
Tell us more about that.
It's like, for instance, we went on one thought, and people were trying to softly bring in their way of thinking, but not objectively saying, but wait, guys, maybe that's not the track we're on. Maybe we should go to this track. And so the objectivity was not there, and it was more a subjective support or approach that we decided to foundation of these conversations.
Nice observation. Do you think the disagreements improve the quality of the conversation?
No.
No. Why not?
Because then we did not achieve the desired objectives.
Okay.
Had
Anyone
we been more,
yeah, tell me, Zanele.
had we been more targeted with our questions and to solicit a proper outcome, then we would have arrived at the desired state. However, I also want to qualify this and say the time allocation, I think, also gave us pressure that said, we need to get to solutions now. We don't have time to play with 10 minutes.
Very nice. Okay. We went way over the 10 minutes, just so, by the way. If you could repeat this meeting, yes, and I want to hear one from everyone. If you could repeat this meeting, what communication behavior would you consciously improve?
The first one for me would be to set an agenda. So what exactly do we want to get out of this meeting? What are the prompts? What are the things that we are discussing? Heads.
Okay. Thank you, Zanele.
More active listening.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm asking, and I need to verify between the two or confirm between the two. Is it a good thing to ask? Because I've got the tendency, and I'm guilty of it. I ask closed questions. And sometimes it's not that, and so I feel sometimes maybe I should ask open questions, get the input, and not ask a closed question. So it seems to be, that seems to be my, I don't know if it's, I must be honest, I'm sitting on the fence on if it's a good or bad thing. Because I think sometimes it does allow and justify the closed question, but the other times it does justify against the open question.
There's no hard and fast rule of which question is better. All the questions have a place. So open-ended, close-ended, probing, clarifying. Yes, testing for consensus. These are generally the 5 types of questions we work with. Okay. Open-ended questions will not result in people having conversations or giving more information. So they're generally used at certain points in a conversation, right? For detail, for detail, for confirmation. Open-ended questions allow and invite a wide range of responses and discussions. When we have those, it's important to figure out, what do we do with people who speak to think versus people who think to speak? Okay, because people could go on for too long. So what do we do? How do we manage that? But it is a very powerful question and is important. Clarifying questions are a cousin to paraphrasing. So paraphrasing is, it sounds like this activity raised a lot of assumptions for people. Yeah, that's me paraphrasing what I'm hearing. Okay. So a clarifying question is a question that generally starts with, it sounds like, or am I understanding correctly? Yeah. So it sounds like this exercise would work better if ABC. Yeah. And then the person can clarify. Okay. Probing questions are a lot more challenging, and they require a lot more thinking. Generally, probing questions allow people to think deeper than what they're currently thinking, and it gives them an opportunity to consider their own thinking. So if I ask you a probing question, I could say something like, give me an example of an office expansion that happened in 3 months previously. That's a probing question. I'm asking for an example. You see? And there's a whole lot of guidance on questions that you can find. Okay. So which one is better? They're all needed. You use different ones at different points in a conversation and at different points in the problem-solving process for different outcomes. Okay. So a very important thing to experiment with. And the other part of questioning that is important is your 5 whys and your 5 W, and your 1 husband. Who, what, where, when, how, why, and how. Each of those, when asked, gives you different information. Yeah. Okay. So you can see it's very powerful. Questions are a whole thing on their own. Okay. Right. Next person, answer the question. So Ronald's gone. I think it's Divesh, you still have to go, if I'm remembering correctly.
What was the question again?
If you could repeat this meeting, what communication behavior would you consciously improve?
I think we'd all look for consensus as we go along before we move on to the next point.
Okay. Very nice. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 4, which means somebody didn't answer. Who did I miss? I've got agenda, active listening, asking questions, testing for consensus.
It's probably me.
I think it is.
Yeah, so maybe, yeah, one thing I would change is being the sponsor. She told I would have when I got the mail last night, I would have gone and said, hold on, this information is not conducive for me being a sponsor. I need more information. I should have mailed you back and said, who is this company? I should have asked you a lot of more questions so that when we got here today, and I mean, Shreya was 100% because when she said, but hold on, Andre is the sponsor, maybe he can give us more insight. And I didn't have the insight. So I would have changed my approach totally.
Okay. For that. That's good. Thank you for that, Andre. Okay. So we've got things like listen actively, active listening. So I'm just active listening. Active listening has a mindset associated to it. I make my world smaller and the other person's world bigger. That is the mindset that's required for active listening. Okay. Then active listening has got associated to it a number of tools and techniques that you can utilize. Yes. So that is the summarizing, paraphrasing, asking questions. So there's a lot of tools associated to active listening. The mindset is the one big thing, and then the tools associated to it. Okay. We've got agenda, active listening, asking questions, and testing for consensus. Okay. We could also have explain ideas more clearly, perhaps. I think some of you had some ideas, and then those ideas, you were trying, like you were forming them, or you didn't take. It's okay to pause, and say, hold on, I just want to think a little bit. It's okay to do that sometimes and figure out how to explain ideas more clearly. Okay. And then also for the team to actually encourage quieter members to contribute. Yes. At one stage, there was one person who just been very quiet and nobody else noticed, like nobody noticed. Or if they did notice, they didn't draw the person in. Okay. It's important for us to have that awareness. Right. So everything we have just discussed, active listening, clarification, audience awareness, right? When we talked about who's in the room, different perspectives, all of that, audience awareness, assumptions, bias, different perspectives, conflict management, and respectful communication. This is what forms part of US 115789. Okay? So we can unpack them a little bit more to understand them, how to apply them intentionally. I just want to go back to conflict management. So this group, you played very nicely. So we didn't really discuss disagreements. Okay? It is human nature for us to have disagreements in the workplace because, one, people like to be heard. Their ideas count. It's very natural. We have a tendency to want to like win. Yes, but we're not sure what we want to win. We want to be the best. Yes. And of course, then you've got all the practical stuff. Like I'm doing this for my job, and there's deliverables and there's increases and there's KPIs and A's and all those things. So conflict, I don't like the word conflict because it sounds so big, but disagreements will happen in the workplace. Conflict will happen in the workplace. It's how we manage it that is critical, because it is not destructive unless it is mismanaged. Okay? It can be incredibly valuable to have disagreements. and to have debates. And it is a very important part of communication. Okay, before I move to the theory, well, more theory and the slides, does anyone have any questions or comments on this activity?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, Ronald.
I think, Sheetal, if I can maybe just, I think the whole thing regarding not knowing, us all being very senior in our business put us in a very vulnerable position, and it was not nice. But I mean, I think that was part and parcel of the whole what you call it, the game we play. And it actually opened, and I think all of us, but opened my mind to say, geez, you can be vulnerable sometimes, right? I mean, Shreya came out and said, I'm vulnerable, what now? And you calmed it down. And I mean, I think we were all vulnerable. And yeah, it was a good learning. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Very nice. And I tell you what the not knowing highlights, Andre. The not knowing highlights how, as human beings, we are uncomfortable in the not knowing space. And that is what pushes us to run to solution mode. Because not knowing is that space of understanding what is going on, root cause, all those things, yes? That understanding is the difficult, uncomfortable space because it's not knowing, right? And that's why there's a lot of power in figuring out how to get comfortable with not knowing. All right, moving on. We're going to go through some slides, but okay. I am not going to just I don't want to wax lyricals to you about stuff we've already discussed. Okay. So if there's anything that you're comfortable with and I can just move on, just let me know. If there's anything specific that you want to cover, let me know. Okay. I don't want to just repeat, just repeat the whole day. So understanding audience, purpose, and context is very important from a listener and a speaker perspective to consider. Your audience, who am I speaking to? Why am I speaking? Purpose. And is my response appropriate for this situation? So the context. Will my words encourage discussion or shut down discussion? Am I communicating respectfully? These are very nice questions to help you manage yourself with structuring of your verbal communication and managing yourself. So you can see that it is linked to emotional intelligence. Okay. From a listener's perspective, when someone else is speaking, what are they really saying? What assumptions are they making? Is there bias? What tone are they using? Are they accepting responsibility? What effect is this having on the group? Is their response appropriate? These are some questions that you can consider. Okay. Then in the textbook, in the learner guide, they talk about spoken text. Okay, so this is where you're going to see me pulling my face because I'm now going to bring up all these really weird words that they use in the learner guide that most of us don't use in normal language anymore. But spoken texts are any spoken forms of communication, such as meetings, discussions, speeches, and presentations. So we just had a spoken text experience, right? And from the spoken text that we had, you can analyze the viewpoints, the assumptions, the tone, and that is very powerful. So So when we are evaluating spoken text, we look at tone, context, bias, emphasis, assumptions, and nonverbal communication. Okay? Nonverbal communication is generally body language, right? And body language is incredibly important because it has pros and cons. Yes, so you need to manage it holistically. Okay. What is the problem with body language? What is the problem with so when they call it nonverbal communication in the textbook because they're still talking about tone and breath and facial expression and gestures. They're not combining it into body language. Okay. So let's think about nonverbal communication. Yes. What is a disadvantage of nonverbal communication? Put in the chat. I want you to write for me disadvantages. In fact, let's change it to disadvantages and advantages. Misconstrued, exactly. What else? Interpretation. Yes. What about interpretation, Ronald?
Can I talk now, Laura?
Yes.
Okay. And this is probably more from a subjective interpretation point of view, where somebody will sit there and maybe sit his hand on his chin or something, and making like he's not listening to me. Meanwhile, this person is deep in thought, and I'm getting annoyed because you're sitting with your hand in the chin, and you've got a problem.
Lovely. Lovely example. Lovely example. Yeah. We interpret body language according to our personal frame of reference, our mood.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes it's totally incorrect, the assumption. The interpretation is incorrect because it's assumption based. Okay. It can sway the conversation and change the tone of the meeting. Absolutely. Yeah. The biggest disadvantage with non-visual communication is that there is no universal non-visual communication. I'd like some coffee, please. I'm Indian. My head goes like this. I don't mean it to. I'm 4 generations in South Africa, but still the head just diggles every now and then. Right? I am not saying no. This is yes.
We gave him a coffee.
Can you see how confusing it can be for someone else? Yeah, yeah. Okay. So there is no universal body language. It is also often culturally misaligned. Yes. Looking at people in the eyes, big issue for many cultures. Big challenge, right? So body language, nonverbal communication. The advantages, though, are that it increases communication. It can decrease assumptions. It can decrease conflict. It can increase the effectiveness of communication. It does so many wonderful things. Okay, so there are pros and cons to nonverbal. It's very important that you look at it as a channel of communication. Okay, it is not the only communication. What else is happening? What is the person saying? What are they doing? And yeah, remember, you may have heard or even said, it's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. Yeah. Okay. So when it comes to communication, it's not what we say, it's how we say it and what we do while we're saying it that counts. Okay. So that is very important. Okay. Then to see if I've missed anything important. I think that's the important things, yeah? We're moving on to analyze and critically evaluate. So you can have a read of that, please. Yeah. So when it talks about oral presentations, it's actually just talking about verbal communication. Like I said, the language is still a little bit old-fashioned in the guidebook. Sorry, that's a judgment. So the point of view and information in spoken text are identified and meaning described in relation to context. Okay, everyone's read it, sorry. I keep falling into the trap of reading the slide for you unnecessarily. Okay, then there's another SO that's covered. So SO3. So analyzing and sustaining the communication. Okay. So one message has different perspectives. Okay, we must open the regional office in 3 months. Everyone heard the same words. Did everyone understand the message in the same way? Why not? Have we covered this sufficiently?
Yes,
Anyone?
we have.
Yeah, thank you. Whoops. So effective communication practices: listen actively, ask questions, respond respectfully, confirm understanding, build shared understanding. Okay, it's very important is that we are building shared understanding when we communicate effectively. Okay, then active listening, spoken text, bias, and clarification. We have spoken about, but I'll leave it for you on the slide for you to read, and you can ask if you have questions. I know it's 10 to 11, but I'd like to just push a little, just till 11, and then we'll have coffee, okay? You can read this and tell me if you have any questions. And then as a listener and as a speaker, what assumptions did I hear? Was there any bias? We've discussed this, good. And then this slide talks about how to identify and evaluate values, attitudes, and assumptions, okay? This is about asking us to listen carefully to what is being said so we can identify what is being expressed by the person. Okay. Also listening with our eyes and our ears, very important. And then looking to see if there are any underlying assumptions. Yes. And that's where we look at what is the language that is being used. Yes. Many people won't say, I assume, but they're making an assumption. So that's why you're analyzing it. Okay. We must always take cultural and workplace influences and preference into place and consider what does this interaction do, and always separate facts from personal viewpoints. I say always, but it's very difficult. We must be mindful of facts and personal viewpoints and separate them as much as possible to build us towards communication that is evidence-driven. Okay? And of course, there needs to be sensitivity. And then we want to encourage balanced and inclusive discussions and reflect on the impact of the interaction. Okay? Now, during this meeting, and we haven't discussed this one, okay? During this meeting, I didn't see much of this going on, maybe a little bit, so I didn't talk about it, but I'd like to hear from you. So what did you do to influence the discussion? And then did you try to persuade others? Okay, so let's hear from Divesh. And let's hear from, let's start with Divesh. What did you do to influence?
I think we all did. So we didn't say, hey, I don't think you're on the right track here. We all decided to give our own version of what we felt or understood to be the right way. So I think we all tried to to push our ideas down to what we were actually thinking, or the direction that we thought the conversation should go. So I think we all did a bit of persuasion that way. Yeah.
A little bit of persuasion. Okay. So now let's think if, and it doesn't have to be in this session that we just had. Okay. In any session, what do you do? What words do you choose? And what words do you use? And how do you communicate when you're trying to persuade someone?
I think we give our own views. We'll say, I think, or I believe.
Okay, nice. There's that language. What else? And did you notice how Devesh just did that now? He said, I think, I believe. So there it's about tone can influence how people respond. Yeah? So tone. Okay? Anyone else got any ideas for this one? Zanele, what do you do to influence the discussion? How do you persuade others?
So with an attitude, I normally project a certain attitude to prompt a certain response.
Okay, tell us more.
So when I really need someone to rethink whatever they've said, I would then project an attitude of speaking in the voice that I use,
Okay.
the tone of my voice, as well as my personal demeanor at the time. So the humble character comes in.
Okay.
When I strongly object to what a person has said, I use body language.
Okay.
Before I even speak, the person will have seen it in everything in me, my face, my eyes, my hands, my entire body.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. All right. So we have different things that we can use, right, in order to influence. These things are called rhetorical devices. Rhetorical devices. These are techniques used by speakers to influence, persuade, or emphasize ideas in spoken text. So repetition, we need speed, we need certainty, we need results. That's repetition, man. We need speed, we need certainty, we need results. Okay? This effect on the audience there is it reinforces the message and makes it memorable. Yeah? Emotive language, the future of our office depends on this decision. So it creates emotional connection and encourages support. Rhetorical question, can we afford another delay? So asking a question rather than receiving an answer encourages the audience to think and strengthen the speaker's argument. Okay? So these things are called rhetorical devices. So how to use them? First, you have to understand the purpose of the communication, identify which one makes the most sense, consider the audience and context, and then use the appropriate device to support your message. Use persuasive language responsibly. Yes, and observe other people's responses, evaluate the effectiveness of the device, analyze the emotional and logical impact, avoid overuse, and adapt communication where necessary, and reflect on the communication effectiveness. Okay, it is very important for us to always use emotional intelligence when we're communicating with people. Is what I'm saying going to build you up, break you down, cause stress, or cause relief? Yes, we need to think about these things when we are communicating. Then conflict is not necessarily negative, as we said. Okay, different points of views allow for improved decision, greater clarification, identifying risks, challenging assumptions, strengthening recommendations, and consensus building. An effective professional focus is on issues, not on personalities. Yeah, so sometimes people don't have, and I mean, I know I'm talking to a experienced group of people, but sometimes it's very important to remind people, this is not about a person. It's not personal. Yes, we are going to attack the idea, not the person. So disagreements, I'm going to skip this because we had the disagreement conversation already. Okay. Then responding to different viewpoints. The slide says it all, so you can read it. Okay. And then I think we must have our little break. What do you think? Time for a break, no?
Definitely.
10 minutes? 15 minutes?
Maybe 2 hours.
I think 15 is more realistic.
Let's do 15. Let's do
Thank you.
15.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you. Bye. I'll see you at 11:15.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hello. Back. Are we back, people?
I'm back. Thank you.
You back?
Yes.
Alice? Thank you. I think it would be worthwhile you spending a few minutes on your learner workbook. We've covered some of the questions. Okay. So I think I just want to see. I would like you to please open it and do the admin if you haven't already. Okay. So I'll just open the document and share it with you. I had it a second ago. Good Lord. So everyone downloaded the documents for the formative assessments. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we are here. As the facilitator guide, I'll just give you all the answers. What happens when you have 20 documents open at once? Please use your table of contents as a reference. Okay. So if we look at the learner workbook, you've got your general information that needs to be completed. Okay. You'll see that I've highlighted in yellow what you need to complete. Please remember to take the yellow off when you finalize it. Okay. So you're going to finish that, please. We'll keep scrolling down. And then you will get to the actual questions. Yeah. You'll see all the places you need to sign. You've got experience in this now. Multiple choice. I am very confident that you can complete all the multiple choices now. Okay. So complete the multiple choice. I'm also confident that you can complete the true or falses. So do those. Yes, we haven't talked about passive voice yet. But I still think you should be fine answering it. So have a look and we'll touch base on that. And then if you can please start your written answers. You can do number 1. Yes. I don't want to be prescriptive here. I think go through it and do whatever you're comfortable doing. Yes. And then if you have any questions, you can ask. Everyone okay with that? I think we can just spend like 10 minutes on this document, see how far you get, and then do the last few slides and activity, and then you'll be able to, well, I'll allocate time for it again. Okay. Does anyone want more time? Good. We're going to carry on with the slides and then we'll come back. I'm going to carry on with the slides and then we'll come back to this. Okay, I've put some page numbers in for you in the chat as well. Okay. And then let's move on. All right, so now we move on here. So 2 weeks after the Horizon kickoff meeting, a serious issue is discovered and the project sponsor asks, why has the lease agreement for the new office not yet been finalized? Yes. This may affect the entire project schedule. Okay. What in your roles, how would you in your role respond naturally to this statement? Why has the lease agreement for the new office not yet been finalized? And it shouldn't be from the project sponsor, okay? Because Andre, you also need to answer.
Can I go?
Yes.
That's from my point of view, communications. I think that my first point will be probably to say I never received the agreement.
I never received
I
the
could-
agreement, okay?
And I probably missed it in the discussions or minutes.
So is I never received the agreement your answer, or is it the one about, or is it how do you want to formulate the second answer?
Arnold, as the sponsor here, stop with your excuses here.
I'm going to blame the sponsor. You were supposed to get the agreement done.
So I never received the agreement. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I was wondering about the minutes one, if I misunderstood that one.
And let's focus on the never
Okay.
received.
Okay. And then our project manager, what do you say?
I would say that the renovations to the floor that we're moving into have experienced a slight delay due to material availability.
Okay, thank you. And then our finance director.
My response would be, I'm still going through the compliance documents and therefore have not got signed off with my legal team as well.
Okay. And then business analyst.
I would probably say out of the 3 items or 3 quotes put forward, the one that we've decided on is unclear in the sense of there's a few items on the contract that has not been finalized yet.
Thank you. And then project sponsor, you're going to pretend that someone else said this, and then what would your response be?
Yeah, so I've actually received the lease agreement, but it's with legal at the moment. So they're going through the legality of the lease agreement, where they would then send it to our financial director for sign off, and then it'll come to myself.
Thank you. Great. Okay. So there's the missing lease agreement, and then you all answered questions. And now the way in which we answer links to the accountability in communication. So we could accept accountability, right? So accepting is I should have escalated the issue. Okay. I'm trying to look at escalated, received with legal. I'm trying to see which one of those fit in where. Finance did not approve the budget is transferring responsibility. Mistakes were made, evading responsibility. Everyone was involved, dissipating responsibility. Let's agree on how we resolve this, shared accountability. Okay. So basically, all this slide is saying to us is that we have different kinds of, that there's different ways in which we can respond and accept respond to the situation. And accountability in communication is obviously critical. Yes. And this slide gives you example of the accepting, transferring, evading, dissipating, and shared. Okay. The one I think that's the most confusing is the dissipated one, because what are we actually doing when we're dissipating it? We're trying to make it so that it's everyone and not just us. Okay. So these are those examples. Then the way people communicate responsibility affects trust, accountability, decision-making, team relationships, and project success. And you know this because we've all experienced this. Okay. So in the learner guide, it gives us ways to identify, it gives us techniques that can be used by speakers to evade, transfer, dissipate responsibility. Okay. Because obviously in the project environment, it's very important that we have clear communication. So style, tone, very important. And then I think, Zanele, you spoke a lot around to this earlier, you know, when you talked about the way in which you'll speak to someone with your tone. Yes. So, and attitude, you mentioned attitude as well. So style is how a person communicates. Okay. Tone is the attributed words behind. So we want communication that's respectful, clear, inclusive, encouraging, and confident. And the style would obviously depend, and I think it was Andre who mentioned the managing director example, right? So style is how are we communicating directly, persuasively, formally, etc. And then, of course, we will alienate people when we are aggressive, dismissive, blaming, interrupting, and defensive. Okay. So for yourself, it's a small reflection on these few questions that are on the slide before we move to dedicated working time on the workbook. Okay. Do you want me to post these in the chat? Why is it doing this? So this is a very small reflection that is hopefully going to make your activity easier when you get there. Okay. Is everyone clear on what we're doing now?
Sheetal, can you just maybe just repeat that? Because I think I'm lost in terms of what we're doing now.
That's cool. Thank you for that. So first I want you to, and you can choose the order in which you would like to do it. But given that we've talked about all the different communication theory and experiences, for you to reflect on the questions in the chat for yourself. Okay. So take 3 minutes to reflect on those. And then from there, You'll move to your workbook and work at your own pace. Yeah. I'm going to put on a 15-minute timer, 1-5, and let you get some good doing done so that you have less work for homework. Okay.
Sorry to bother everyone. Do we just do a freehand response or do we have a questionnaire that is somewhere that we can complete? For the
Is this-
questions,
Is
for
this
the questions.
for the ones that you're doing yourself? This is your own reflection, and it is starting to get you it's starting to get you ready for the practical activity section 3 when we get when we get there.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be back now. It's going to be 40 seconds. Thanks.
Sure. Okay, people, can I just check in, please? Can you confirm that everyone's completed the admin? Admin done? I need to see some thumbs up or some chats. I know, please. Okay, thank you, Shreya. Vivesh, thank you. Ronald, yes. Oh, is that you telling me yes or asking a question?
I've just typed the wrong thing. Actually, yes.
Thank you. Okay, now Andre stepped away. Zanele, done with admin. Maybe Zanele has also gone away. Okay. So admin's done. Then you're also done with your own reflection on the questions that were in the chat. Is anyone still busy with that reflection?
I'm still busy with it, but I know I can finish it afterwards.
Okay, lovely. And then if we go to the actual questions, ABCs and all of those, the multiple choice, yes. Should we do a quick review of those? Yes.
Okay.
So the first one.
Let's go multiple. My first one was A.
It's so silly to even ask. Okay, so we all know the answer for A. Answer for 2 is also fine. Answer for number 3. Answer for number 3, also fine. 4, fine. Okay. Trues and falses. Does anyone need clarification? Any of the true and falses? Andre is good.
All good.
Okay. And then the written answers. Okay. Are there any particular written answers you'd like clarity on? Let's ask like that. Any written answers that we need clarity on? Okay.
Good.
We covered it. So you should be fine. And you have your book and I gave you all your page numbers. So we're going to move then on to the practical. Okay. So if you haven't already started the practical, then I'd like you to now please get to the practical and start with just reading the purpose of the activity. Yes. or sorry, read your instructions, and then I will talk about the purpose.
Again, let me just clarify, are we on Learner Guide 115789?
Yes.
And the practical will be on page?
I'll tell you now, Zanele. I just want to check, Zanele, you're done with the admin? And you're done with the reflective questions, and you're done with section A
Reflective.
and
All right, I don't know about the admin, no, sorry, no, I didn't do the admin. I
okay.
just did the reflective questions, the 5 questions that are on the chat.
Okay, and are you still busy with section A and B, or you're done with section A and B?
Where is section A and B?
Okay.
On this guide.
I'm going to show you now.
Please do,
I'm
Shito.
going to show you now. I'm just.
So we're on page 23 now, Zanele.
But I just want to
Thanks, Andre.
also make sure that I show you exactly where we are. Okay. So I just want to make sure that we all get to the same place. So, Zanele, it's this one here, okay? So I'm just going to look at the table of contents, if that's okay. Yeah, is that fine? Aye. Press the table of contents. Why?
Page 2.
I'm going to try again. I pressed the button and it went straight where it's supposed to. So table of contents. So you're going to do the admin. Everyone must be done with the admin. Then for 115790, the multiple choice, section A, can be completed if it isn't already. Section B can be completed if it isn't already. Okay. Section A and B, there's consensus that you're comfortable
Yeah.
on your own. Yes? Okay. So then I would like to move to the practical, which is on page 24. Okay. So start with reading the purpose and the activity purpose instructions. And please make sure you're aware of what you are being assessed on. Okay. And then you will see that there is actually a worksheet template for you to utilize. Okay. So everyone can please read first, and then we'll talk about it. Is anyone still reading?
Oh.
Thank you. Is anyone still reading?
Good from my side.
Thank you. So now I don't want to just tell you things that you've already read and understand. Okay. So I'm going to rather open the floor to, when you read the practical activity, are there any specific areas you would like clarification on?
Yeah, I think from our side, it's quite clear, Sheetal.
Okay.
I mean, we've gone through a lot of these already. And reading this, I mean, I can actually bring it back to what we're doing in our business at the moment, most of these points. So yeah, happy with this.
That's awesome. Okay, great. Okay, does anyone not echo that sentiment?
Happiness with everything, Sheetal. Just the project name, department or project, is this your personal current project in your department, or refer to the case activity?
So, okay, that's a great question. You can decide if you wish to do it on the horizon activity, or if you want to do something that is your own.
Yep.
Okay, you have that choice. Okay. I am assuming that people are working on the activity. Some are further away than others. So I'm going to give us 10 minutes on this activity for now. Is everyone okay with that?
Just aligning, Sheetal,
Yes.
working on section.
C.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Sure. Shreya?
All good,
Oh,
Sheetal. Sorry, that was a mistake. Was just saying that
no problem.
aligned on my
Thank
end.
you. Thank you. How to do logbook? Does anyone want another 5 minutes?
Please.
No problem. Would anyone like another 5 minutes? Anyone need another 5 minutes?
Yes, please.
Sure. 5 more minutes for anyone?
Come on, Ronald, be honest now.
I was like, oh. Shasha? Okay. Then the next question is, lunch 12:30 or lunch 1 o'clock? What do you want to do?
Look, let's go back to the section just to realign.
Yeah, I think we must go back to the session first for realignment. And then we're going to go for lunch.
Go back to the session for realignment. Okay. So, US, where you should be now. I've got it in the spread. I've got it in the chat there. We have completed the theory and the activities. Well, the theory and the learning activities for US 115789 so that you can complete section A, B, and C yourself. Okay? Is that clear to everyone?
For me as well.
Okay, Ronald, you clear? Andre, you clear?
100%, thanks.
Shreya? Zanele?
All good, thanks.
Thank you, Shreya. Zanele?
I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm here.
So when you look at US 115789,
What we were doing all morning.
what we've been doing all morning, yes, covers your section A, B, and C of that. Okay,
Of the formative assessment learner workbook.
correct. This one here. You're here, right, Anele?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So-
what was confusing me was the numbering
Yes, I
57990.
don't know why it starts at 115790. We need to use that's why we needed to use the table of contents. That's why I said we use the table of contents and we go to 15789.
Right, no problem. Got you.
Okay. Then once you do go to 15789, page 44 to 51, you can now complete on your own if you haven't already.
No, I haven't.
Okay. But you've got bits and bobs.
I've got you now. I'm with you.
Okay, good, good.
You,
And Divesh, you?
I'm okay for now. I'll catch up.
Okay. All right. That then brings us to the end of 115790. Okay. The logbook. Okay. I have started the logbook on my side, but I think because I'm hearing I'm going to catch up, I'm not done just yet and all of that, I think it's good for you to also make a note somewhere for yourself. Okay. I've said 1 hour for 115789. Okay. And some of you are going to extend that. Yes. Okay, but we will go through this at the end as we did last time. Okay. So that's the logbook story. Okay. That means that we are good to start another US unit standard. So would you like to start a unit standard now, or would you like to go for lunch? Choice is yours, but I need to hear voices or see signals or something.
Let's go for lunch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I will see you at 1 o'clock.
100% happy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Right, people, are we back? We back.
Hi, Chito. Sorry, I still had something in my mouth.
That's fine. Thank you, Sanele. Okay, Sanele, Divesh, Shreya here, Ronald, Andre. Going to start. We're just going to start. Right. So we spoke about we spoke about verbal communication this morning. Okay. We're now going to move to written communication. Okay. So I just want to just so we're navigating on the workbook, we are now moving to unit standard 115790. Okay. Write and present for a wide range of. You will see there's our usual true and false, etc. So this is what we're now focusing on. Okay. And the slides will have the details of the Luna book that you are using. Okay. So we're going to kickstart this section. Unfortunately, it is a little bit like, as much as they don't call it professional business writing,